Good evening, folks. This is Tom Barclay in the 10 Plus Streaming Center. I just wanted to bring y'all a quick traffic update. Kind of let y'all know that the roads are starting to get a little bit treacherous out there. So if you can, stay off the road, stay safe. Right now, you're looking at this T-dot shot here on the SmartWay cameras. That's at mile marker 341.6 on Rockwood Mountain, just north of Rockwood and right there at the Roan and Cumberland County line there. Jackknife tractor trailer. T-Dot's been scanning around on this camera in particular, looking at the roads. I think it's starting to ice over a little bit. So once again, roads are starting to deteriorate a little bit out there, particularly on the Cumberland Plateau. If you do not have to be out on the roads, all the messaging that we gotten from our folks at THP, T-Dot, state, local officials, just stay home tonight, hunker down. Things will improve probably by tomorrow morning. But just let's take a look here too, over at this camera on this mobile trailer camera here. And you can see it's starting to ice over on the camera too. So the roads, once again, getting treacherous. Ice can be particularly dangerous. It's hard to tell. It looks like it's just rain slick, but it could be ice slick. So once again, just heed the warnings that are being put out there right now since it's starting to get a little bit dark. Stay off the roads if you can. This thing should improve by tomorrow morning when this turns into a warmer rain and kind of melts that off the road. But we'll have more updates for you later on here at 10 News at 6. That's coming up in about 20 minutes. Stay tuned. We'll take a look at the radar, take a look at some of these camera shots, and we'll be right back here in about 20 minutes.
week is finally in East Tennessee and Kentucky, and we have crews all over giving us the latest conditions. This is video from Williamsburg, Kentucky. You can see that snow on the ground, birds in the trees, and we are going to take you there tonight at 6:20. Those impacts of snow you can see there clearly on the interstate.
Once again, bringing you team coverage tonight. Meteorologist Cassie Knoll has your road conditions. Emily Crabtree will show you what the roads look like in Cumberland County. But first, we want to get straight to our chief meteorologist, Todd Howell, who has the very latest on this system, which has been making its way all across the state today. Todd.
Yeah, hey, Robin, Katie, thank you so much. It's a winter storm system that's brought us a lot of different types of precipitation. Now, overall, so far, the amounts have been fairly light, but we have seen that snow and sleet mixture. And I tell you what, once we started seeing a little bit more heavy sleet, we started to see some of that accumulating on some untreated back roads and also elevated surfaces like your deck surfaces. Cars right now in our parking lot are glazed over because we've had freezing rain. That's rain all the way down the ground, but if the ground or those objects are below freezing, it freezes on contact. That's what we're seeing now. We've got freezing rain and freezing drizzle, and that's that lighter shade of pink that you see. The darker shade of pink or more purple. To the north is sleet, and to the north of that is snow. So everything's basically about right on track as far as the progression of precipitation types that we've seen so far today. Started out with some snow and sleet. Some of that came down decently, covered the grass surface, the rooftops. Thankfully, not a whole lot on the roads earlier, but here's the concern. We are still below freezing, and we are going to be talking about that we are going to see those temperatures slowly rise later tonight. Before we see a transition from freezing rain to rain, there's still the threat for icing. Now, a lot of those elevated objects, like the tree limbs and also the power lines, our deck surfaces, car tops, etc., and even some back untreated roads could become icy. And so we're hoping that we stay on the light amounts of icing, but we could see some heavier amounts as we get into our later this evening across parts of our region. So that's what we're looking at. Again, as far as what we're seeing right now, here's a look at the transition. Again, we've seen that snow, sleet to freezing rain. That's what we're seeing in the valley right now. Up in Crossville, we've got sleet and freezing rain being reported. You've seen snow, and some back roads are slush covered and now ice covered. Again, whenever temperatures are below freezing, there's a threat for hazardous travel. Down into portions of Monroe County and Loudoun County, your temperatures are close to freezing. Now, as expected, across parts of the foothills running eastward into parts of Blount, Sevier, and Conn County, there's been a minimum, not as much wintry weather. This was anticipated due to the strong winds coming off the mountains and that rain shadow and downsloping effect that's drying the air out and warming it up. Okay, so you're not seeing as much closer to the foothills. Coming up into Morristown, we've got the mixture of that freezing rain, sleet, and mainly freezing rain. Still looking at snow in Jellicoe. And so that's the progression of what we've been seeing. Going forward tonight, we've got freezing rain that's still possible up until about 10 to maybe 11 p.m. Once we get late this evening and after midnight, we'll see that progression and change over to all rain. Much better conditions are expected once we get later Sunday morning into the afternoon. Matter of fact, we could see 1 to 2 inches of rain tomorrow as it kind of cleanses everything out and washes everything away. All right, right now, though, Emily Crabtree's up in Crossville. And Emily, I know you've been driving around a lot and doing a great job covering the roadways. I know you've seen a little bit of everything as well. How are the roads looking right now where you are?
Well, Todd, we have been driving all over Cumberland County, mainly in Crossville, though, all over the Crossville area. And right now we're actually following a plow, and I'm going to flip the camera around so you can see this. This is our conditions right now. We've got a lot of ice on the road. This plow has been plowing some ice closer to the edges of the road. We've been following them for probably around 10 miles now, just kind of seeing how things are going. And it is really, really slick right now. This road, it goes up and down hills, and I'm so thankful our photographer David Rayburn is driving and has been driving this entire time, because I would not know how to handle this as well. But going up and down these hills has been really, really treacherous in terms of how much ice there is on the road right now. We've felt it. We've seen it get slippery throughout the day. And we've seen a lot of different conditions throughout the day as well. We've been reporting since about 10 a.m. this morning, and we saw snow come in. We've seen sleet. We've seen freezing rain. I think that's still kind of where we're at, more so with the freezing rain combination. Again, as I mentioned earlier, no meteorologist here, but from what I can tell, definitely lots of ice. That is one thing for sure. So we have been following this this plow and watching them kind of treat the roads. And they are going to continue to do that throughout the time that this storm is going on. And we will continue to follow along with how the road conditions are going here in Cumberland County, mainly Crossville. And we will send things back to the studio to keep continuing this coverage.
All right, Emily, thank you so much.
With that, we want to bring in meteorologist Cassie Knoll, keeping an eye on the road conditions for us. Cassie, bring us up to date.
All right, so we have a couple different incidents around the area, and something to note about where Emily is. The current temperature in Crossville is 27 degrees. So we are seeing some of that, some of the road issues. I'm going to stand very still so my microphone doesn't make any noise. So we do have a couple issues on some of our roadways around here due to slick conditions. One is Snyder Road. So this is the Winfield-Dunn Parkway and exit 407 out along I-40. Just to the north of I-40 along Winfield-Dunn Parkway, which turns into Snyder Road, that road is currently blocked in both directions between Burkhart Way and Hardin Road, likely due to an incident in that area due to the slick roads. And then, woo, we're transitioning over into Roane County, right near the Cumberland County line. Along Rockwood Mountain, we have a jackknifed semi-truck, and it happened right underneath the camera. So we have a very clear view of this. There is another camera that's further back. This is I-40 eastbound on Rockwood Mountain. Further back, you can actually see the tire marks along the shoulder where the semi started to lose control and then kind of slid down the hill and ended up in this position right here. So needless to say, we can make the assumption that there are slick spots on parts of the roadways, especially as you get up onto the plateau. I took a look at another camera that's further back, closer to Ozone, maybe Renegade Mountain. That area actually has ice running down the camera lens. So instead, we're going to take a look at Hall of Fame and I-40, where the camera's rocking and rolling due to some wind. But notice how the roads look wet right now. It doesn't take much to go from wet to frozen, and it's very hard to tell the difference. I'm going to send things over now to meteorologist Mike Simon, who's out in Turkey Creek. And Mike, you've seen the full gamut of precip types as well today.
Certainly have, Cassie. That's right. We haven't seen any snow, though, or any sleet mixed in for almost 2 hours now. It is just coming down as rain. And I am south of Snyder, just off a level road here in Turkey Creek. And the roads are still a little too warm, so we're not noticing any freezing on some of the paved areas. However, be very careful on the sidewalks. Also, on these. You know, you get to the edges of the road, this stuff is slick. You don't want to break your tailbone or something else, and be very careful. You can't be walking on that. We also still have a little sleet on the ground that was here earlier now that is mixing in with that freezing rain, and it's going to cause a sheet of ice as it continues to come down. We're also noticing all the surfaces getting frozen now. Cars are getting frozen. You're going to have to do a little bit of scraping if you're trying to get out and about, or at least to clean your car off before we warm up enough later on tonight and tomorrow to where it's just all rain. But of course, the bridges and overpasses, those are the biggest concern. Now, even though the roads may be a little warm right now and they seem to be just liquid, you could hit a patch of ice on the bridges or overpasses and lose complete control. I know that's happened to me before. So be very careful. It's best just to stay put if you don't have to be out, and just wait it out until temperatures warm enough, at least in the interim, to where it won't be freezing rain on contact anymore. That's the difference. Somebody asked me what the difference is. Well, rain just comes down and freezes directly on surfaces that are below freezing. Sleet, however, comes down as snow, melts a little bit, then refreezes, and then that's what you get, ice pellets, because it's still cold close to the surface. I'll continue to monitor things with Lauren and also Raphael. For now, we'll send it back to you from Turkey Creek. I'm meteorologist Mike Simon.
All right, Mike, thank you so much.
Still to come on 10 News, we are taking you to McGee Tyson Airport for a look at the latest travel updates, how leaders there prepared for the winter weather, and what to expect next.
Okay, as Mike Simon just, very well demonstrated, icy surfaces below freezing. It's going to take a while still to get above freezing with very cold wind chills. Do not get out and travel if you do not have to. Coming up, we'll talk about that transition from ice and freezing rain tonight to just plain old rain into our Sunday with slowly improving conditions. We'll be back right after this break.
Welcome back. Our winter weather coverage continues. We're taking you now to McGee-Tyson Airport. Multiple flights canceled across the country today because of the wintry weather.
And our 10 News reporter Libby Cunningham has been at the airport all day. Libby, tell us a little bit about what the atmosphere has been like there.
Hey ladies, so a lot of flights have been canceled today, especially to those destinations that a lot of Knoxville flights fly through, like Dallas, Washington, D.C., and Charlotte and Atlanta. There are 3 flights that are supposed to go out tonight, but they are all delayed at this point. And we spoke to airport officials today who say that they have been working hard to make sure that people stay safe.
Red lines aren't a good sign for airlines. Plenty showed up at McGee-Tyson Airport on Saturday.
And even if you are planning to pick up a loved one here out at the airport, make sure that you're on the same page and you're checking that flight status so that you're not waiting for them here at the airport if their flight has been canceled or delayed.
Cancellations followed the path of the winter storm, swallowing most of the country.
Our crews have been busy pre-treating our runways, taxiways, our roadways, and then our sidewalks, because it's one thing if the planes can take off and land, but we want to also make sure that our passengers can safely get into the building with their car and on foot.
Some first-timers say they're hopeful they'll get up into the sky.
This is my first time flying, so you never know. It's a winter storm, yeah. I'm really nervous. I thought it was going to be delayed. I actually almost forgot my driver's license, which is pretty crazy because we would have turned back and the snow would have built up, and then I wouldn't have made it.
There was also a flight that made a safe emergency landing here at McGee-Tyson Airport at around 2:30 p.m. today. That flight got in from another city. We don't have confirmed what city it was, but they got in from another city and safely got here. Again, there are 3 flights left that are supposed to go out tonight. They are all delayed. A lot of other flights have been canceled. If you have a flight tonight or tomorrow, take a look at your airline's app. Check your phone, check your text, your email, check your emails, because something might be changing. We'll send it on back to you guys.
All right, Libby Cunningham live at McGee-Tyson for us. Libby, thank you.
And we want to turn now back to your forecast on this weather impact alert day. The alert is not over tonight. It extends into tomorrow, Monday, and even Tuesday morning.
Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell and the rest of the team have been watching this system play out for well over a week now, but it's finally here, and everyone is getting a little something different.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, you know what? So far, so good. But in terms of travel, Mike Simon out live at Turkey Creek demonstrated that very well. We're starting to see that icing on some of those elevated surfaces, and that could include some untreated back roads and neighborhood roads, sidewalks, etc. So now's the time to get off the road, and better to be inside, be safe. We are going to see that slow transition from freezing rain and icing to rain late tonight into tomorrow morning, but we're not there yet. It's still below freezing. Once we get into our Sunday, we're talking about a very wet day tomorrow. We'll talk more about that in a moment. Monday is looking like a very cold day, so we've got a weather impact alert that's going to be in place late Sunday night and Monday morning. More cold air moves back in. Look at that, near 40 Sunday, 19 Sunday night, Monday morning, and then we're looking at 20s for highs on Monday and barely above freezing as we get into our Tuesday. So weather impact alerts for cold temperatures, very cold air, once we get into your Monday and Tuesday of early next week. And as far as tomorrow, it's mainly overnight, early morning, and then again late Sunday night. Again, during the day Sunday, we do get a break with a lot of rain expected tomorrow, but above freezing temperatures. So here's once again the winter weather alerts. That threat for icing now is going to continue. It only takes a little bit of ice to make the roads hazardous. That's the humble reminder. Like we've been talking about for much of this past week, it's not necessarily the amounts, it's the impacts. And whenever you have sub-freezing temperatures and moisture falling, like we've seen everything from snow, sleet, and now freezing rain, and eventually we'll see rain. So as we talked about, we're getting all 4 precipitation types from south to north. Not as much, again, so far in the foothills. That was expected due to downsloping winds to the mountains. Heaviest snow and ice still expected to be across the northern plateau and northern counties in East Tennessee, where it's going to be colder longer. Here in the valley, again, that ice storm warning, still that chance for icing on tree limbs, power lines, and especially on some untreated road surfaces. This is what our cars look like right now outside here at Channel 10. Pretty much a good depiction. They're glazed over like that. Don't forget, if you haven't already, maybe a little too late, but you want to put those windshield wipers up whenever there's a chance for wintry weather and icing, because they'll kind of stick down on that. So here's what we're looking at, though. If we get a 1/10 to a 1/4 inch of ice, we can be talking about some minor tree damage and at least some isolated power outages. This right here, the 1/2 inch, it looks like that is not as likely as what some areas could have seen in the last 24 hours. Some models are showing that. But some areas could still see over a 1/4 inch. So we're still looking at the possibility, hopefully not, but some power outages are possible. But even if we don't see that, and hopefully we won't, there's going to be that chance for icing between now and up until close to midnight for most of our areas. Once we get past midnight into the early morning hours, we'll see temperatures get slowly above freezing. It may take a while, and then rain tomorrow. But again, could see some localized isolated power outages possible. The travel impacts will still be one of the higher impacts we will see. So right now, here's what we're looking at in Knoxville. Again, we are seeing some icing on some of those sidewalks, curbs, elevated surfaces. We're up to 30 degrees. We were 29 and holding for the last few hours, but it's still below freezing. So we still have that freezing rain, as Mike talked about a moment ago. Winds are north-northeast at 9, so we've got that wind chill. Local temperatures, 27 in Crossville. That's where Emily was driving around icy streets. They were laying down the salt and shoveling off the ice and snow. She was riding right behind that plow. 31 in Pigeon Forge and Maryville. 35 in Tellico Plains. That warmer air slowly but surely will start moving north, but this is what it feels like right now. We still have that down valley flow. Eventually, winds will try to shift into the southwest later tomorrow. So the peak, again, is the freezing rain, and that's what we're looking at right now. Still snowing along the Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia line, but here's our Futurecast model. Between now and about 10 to 11 p.m., we'll start to see that freezing rain mix it with some rain. Once we get past midnight into the early morning hours, and especially the rest of your Sunday, Monday, it's going to be raining, and rain could be heavy at times tomorrow. Very cold temperatures return, 20s and 30s Monday and Tuesday. We do have a chance for light snow with more Arctic air moving in Thursday with cold temps in the 20s and generally staying cold most of next week. Katie, Robin, we'll send it back to you.
Yeah, we've got to get through this first. We can look ahead to next weekend. All right, Todd, thanks. And as we go to break, we want to show you some pictures that you all sent in to us today. The cutest twins catching snowflakes on their tongue and many more.
Welcome back, everyone. As we track weather conditions across Tennessee, we also have a team keeping an eye on the situation in Kentucky.
Our 10 News reporter Olivia Daig joins us now. Olivia, hopefully you haven't turned into a popsicle. How are things looking in Kentucky tonight?
Hey, Katie, Robin. Yeah, we are here in Whitley County, Kentucky. That's just north of the Tennessee-Kentucky border. And we're standing here to give you a better look at I-75. And we're monitoring those conditions here on this major roadway. I'm going to step out of the way so you can see a little bit better. We are seeing ice and snow on the roads. And right now you can see not a whole lot happening. We have seen the volume of cars and trucks definitely slow down as we've been out here since 10 this morning. We do know that in other areas, in some of the county roads, the Whitley County Sheriff's Office has said that there has been 3 wrecks that they have responded to. Another warning for folks to stay off those roads. We know that some of the main roads are getting a little bit better treated and they're being driven on more so that those impacts are going to be a little bit less. Now, we also want to point out that right now we're not seeing snow anymore. In the last time we checked in with you around 4 o'clock, we were seeing a heavy snow. Now we are seeing sleet and some freezing rain. Again, we're going to continue to monitor the conditions here. 2 other things we want to say. We are here at the University of the Cumberlands. We do know that classes have been moved online for Monday. And also, folks might know that the Mint Gaming Hall that is on 75 as you pass into the Kentucky border, that is closed, as well as the location in Corbin, Kentucky. Again, we're going to continue to monitor these conditions here, but I will send things back to you from Kentucky.
All right, Olivia, thank you so much.
And as we head to break, we want to share some fun pictures from today. A little guy right there doing a sleet angel. We'll be right back. Stay with us.
Okay, welcome back. We talked about our transition from freezing rain, still likely this evening. We're at 30 degrees right now. At between 10 to midnight, that's going to start mixing and changing over rain as slowly but surely we get some of that warmer air moving up. But northern areas of East Tennessee, that's for Knoxville, northern areas are still going to be socked in some cold air and more icing, even a little bit after midnight. That's going to take a little bit longer. Look at Nashville, 20 degrees, Memphis, 17. So we are starting to see that warmer air aloft that's moving in. that's changed our snow and sleet that we had earlier to now freezing rain. That's rain all the way down the surface, but freezing on contact. That's what makes icing. And we're going to have the icing possible on some of those tree limbs and power lines. Hopefully, we maintain power. There's a risk for at least some isolated power outages, particularly the northern half of East Tennessee up into Kentucky, where you've already had snow and ice on top of that will create more weight. So that's what we're going to be watching. And before it changes to rain, we have that threat for some icing conditions, especially the northern half of our region. And then there's a look at our weather impact alerts that will pick back up late Sunday night into Monday and Tuesday. By the way, if you're watching us from the foothills, I know you haven't gotten much right now and your temperatures are warm. You're actually going to get some wintry weather and snow on the backside of the system. Sunday night and Monday, we all could see some light snow. That may make some roads treacherous and hazardous Monday morning with temperatures in the teens and a little bit of light snow moving through. And you see much of the week ahead is going to be cold, more light snow showers with some cold temperatures in the upper 20s by Thursday. We're in a colder pattern as we go from January into February.
It's winter.
Yeah.
All right.
It's winter.
Todd,
Right.
thank you. Thank you so much for watching. We will see you at 10 o'clock on Fox 43 and back here for 10 News at 11. Have a great night. Stay safe.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for joining us on WBIR Plus. We are continuing to track the very latest weather as millions of Tennesseans and Kentuckians settle in for snow, freezing rain, and dangerous road conditions. It still looks like a rainbow on the radar there. Thanks for joining us on this this weather impact alert day. There we go. I'm Katie Inman. We want to go ahead and get right to Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell. Todd, we've seen a little bit of everything today.
Yeah, Katie, you're exactly right. And I know we've been monitoring and tracking this winter storm, seems like for even longer than a week. But yeah, we saw the wintry weather moving through this Saturday. Now, a lot of the precipitation types that we've already seen, a lot of that is played out about right on cue as expected with the snow and sleet earlier. Then we transitioned to freezing rain, which is all rain, but freezing on contact, making a layer and a glaze of ice on elevated surfaces. Matter of fact, our cars out in our Channel 10 parking lot are covered with ice. Matter of fact, we've got icicles forming on some of the railings. Even some of the curbs, concrete curbs, are getting some layers of ice. So here's the concern. We are going to see warmer air eventually get here late tonight and into our Sunday morning. But before that happens, we are currently experiencing icing, and so travel is not recommended. Especially back roads, neighborhood roads, untreated surfaces, untreated roads could potentially be slippery and icy. Where they've treated the roads, other areas, those main roads have been okay, but again, it only takes a little bit of ice to cause problems. And one of the bigger things with that, and what we've been looking at, a lot of times it's even more difficult when it's not obvious. If you look out and say, oh, that street looks wet, I think I'll be okay, and you try to get out and about, and all of a sudden you go behind a different area that's maybe been more shaded and gets colder, and it develops a layer of ice. That's the concern. We've had a lot of snow up into Kentucky. Icing on top of snow is going to be concern up into parts of the northern plateau and also across parts of Kentucky. Let me stop the radar right here, and I'm going to send it over to Cassie Null in just a moment, and then we'll come back with our forecast. But I just want to reiterate the problem areas could be particularly across the northern plateau, closer to the Tennessee-Kentucky state line. These are the areas that have seen a lot of snow. Now we're seeing sleet and freezing rain. So you got a lot of just very hazardous travel conditions. And with that, speaking of travel, Cassie Null standing by. Cassie, you've been keeping a close eye on not only the weather all day, but the traffic, the impacts on the roadways. And unfortunately, we've seen several accidents likely due from some of these slick roadways. Cass?
Yeah, you know, Todd, we try to forecast the weather, but sometimes we can also forecast the impacts that will come with the weather. And one of the things that we were concerned about right around this time frame was slick spots beginning to develop across parts of our viewing area. We have one accident over near exit 407. It's actually north of the interstate on the Winfield Dunn Parkway, right where it turns into Snyder Road. That road is blocked in both directions at this time. And we also have, oh, that's different. Okay, so that's an update. It looks like I-40 eastbound is now closed due to a jackknifed vehicle. It was a tractor trailer in that area after exit 340 over there. And then we have another jackknife tractor trailer over near Crab Orchard as well. And notice all the yellow and the orange starting to show up. Folks are moving extremely slowly. This is a hilly, curvy section of the interstate out here. It's also higher up in elevation because it's starting to get up onto the plateau. And that's exactly where we saw initially some snow and then mixing with some sleet, accumulations of that sleet, and now freezing rain on top of it. And all of the treatment that TDOT has done out there is still not going to necessarily help with these conditions that we have out there at this time. Thank you very much, Todd. Yeah, you can see how that interstate right there is closed at this time. Sometimes our marker doesn't go into exactly the right spot. So this is actually the camera that should be showing something in that direction here, but that looks like traffic is moving, so we'll check that out. And then we have a disabled vehicle. This is near downtown Knoxville. This is from the I-40 at Hall of Fame camera, where it looks like we have a vehicle up against the wall here. Not sure if they slid out or just are disabled at this time, but it does look like emergency officials are on scene to help with that vehicle. One thing I want to note to you, though, is notice how the roads look wet. They're very shiny. It's very hard to tell what's wet and what has become ice, and especially on elevated surfaces like bridges and overpasses, it can literally happen at the deck, right where that transition goes from the road that's over the ground all the way to the elevated spot there. Just that much of a change changes the temperature, and you can get ice versus water, and they look exactly the same, especially at night. So this is why we were asking folks to try to stay off the roadways at this time. It's not worth the risk. If you don't have to be out right now, please don't be. As Todd was saying, we're going to continue to see this icing, this freezing rain moving through it for another couple of hours. With more on that, I'll send it back to Todd.
All right, Cassie Nall, thank you so much, and great coverage as always, and great point about that. It looks wet but shiny and could be easily icy as well. Well, let's come back and talk about the freezing rain, because going forward, we've had some snow and sleet, we had some light accumulations of that, and we've now got the freezing rain, and then we're going to change over to rain by Sunday. But until we get there, here's the concern. So this is basically, if you look closely, this is what all of our cars out in our Channel 10 parking lot look like right now. They're glazed over the windshield. We've got that glaze of ice, and again, we've generally had around that 1/10 of an inch or so likely of ice, and or at least working on it. Now, when you get to between 1/10 and 1/4 of an inch of ice, which this is certainly possible, especially across the northern half of our region. See this tree branch? It could look right like that. So you've got more icing likely with hazardous travel. We're checking that box because you've just heard Cassie's report. Those roadways could certainly be slippery and icy. Minor tree damage and isolated power outages are possible when you start to get up closer to 1/4 of an inch of ice. So again, we're not there yet as far as from the most of the recent reports, but we still have a period of time between now and maybe almost to midnight. We could at least be talking about another 3 to maybe 5 hours of potential icing. So for the rest of this evening, in other words, we could see more icing. So we may have to, unfortunately, keep an eye on the possibility of minor tree damage, and there could be some localized power outages. Hopefully not. Again, it doesn't look like we're going to get up to the 1/2 inch. So when you get to that, you get significant and a lot of power outages likely. So it looks like we're going to be staying a little bit more toward the 1/4 of an inch, maybe slightly more in some areas, but that could create, again, continued hazardous travel conditions. This is one model forecast, and again, it's going forward, not what we've already had, but going forward. And it does show that 1/4 of an inch, maybe a little bit more. You see around Tazewell to Williamsburg, actually. And look at Crossville. Again, it's just a model forecast, and also Wartburg, actually. So the spirit of what it's showing is we still have a decent amount of icing still to go. And that's on top of kind of what areas have already seen. But notice where it's focused. Plateau, your northern third of East Tennessee, north of Knoxville, upper East Tennessee, Lakeway area, Dandridge, Morristown, northward, and up into Kentucky, Virginia. Some of these same areas have already seen a good bit, quite a bit of snow and sleet, with roads snow and ice covered. And with the sleet and snow, early. Now we're going to add ice, freezing rain on top of that. So see, that's the other issue. It's not just the ice accumulation, okay, which is an issue by itself. It's what's already there. It's the snow and the weight of that combined with ice accretion on top of any snow or that's coated some of those tree limbs and power lines, because temperatures are still below freezing in the 20s across the northern plateau in Kentucky. So this is kind of why we don't want you to let your guard down. Number one, please just stay off the roads if you can. If you do not have to travel, please do not. So that way you don't have to put yourself in harm's way, and we don't have to deal with that, right? Okay, so we don't want to have to cover any more accidents for folks traveling, but if you don't have to get out, it's best not to. Again, travel not recommended, not advised, especially across the northern half of our region. But see, the other problem, though, is with that extra ice on top of that, with the weight, that's when we could see some of those power lines and tree limbs come down. So we do have that at least as a high, moderate to low end, high impact, potentially for some power outages, particularly across some of those northern counties. That's something we're going to be monitoring. Again, we're hoping for the best, certainly, and so far so good, but the roadways, we already know they're pretty hazardous, especially roads that have been not treated and now are, even as we speak, developing some layers of ice on them potentially. So that's why we have that at a high impact, and that's why travel is discouraged. and those impacts are still expected fairly high. Again, as far as the snow, that's pretty much winding down. That's to the north. All right, so let's look at our current conditions. We're at 30 degrees and holding, and we have been in the upper 20s to near 30 degrees for about the last almost 3 to 4 hours now, and so we're still below freezing. Winds are northeast at 6. We still have a fresh wind out of the northeast, or at least a light breeze now, but that's supplying and keeping that cold Arctic air in place, and that moisture that's already on the ground, it's kind of got things chilled. And so we're still generally below freezing. Notice we have some 30s and some 31s. Freezing, of course, is 32, and obviously you get above that 33 and you're above freezing. So we're still generally below freezing. Telescope planes reporting 34. So temperatures are expected to slowly rise later on this evening into the overnight hours. When will that take place? Generally speaking, after midnight into our early Sunday morning. It will be a slow process, but here's what I want to point out. And I tell you, just looking at this right now, and a little bit of this is nowcasting, not only forecasting, but nowcasting. Look at these temperatures. I mean, you got snow, you got several inches of snow here and ice on top of that, and 21 degrees. That's not going to warm up that soon. So it's going to stay impactful across Kentucky and into our northern counties. Tazewell's 26. And so some of these, this is the area, again, we showed you with our potential icing. Again, just broadly and generally speaking, this is the area that probably has the greatest chance for some of those potential power outages and ice accumulations. Look at it feels like. It feels like 8 in Jamestown. So right now, again, we have that northerly wind with those cold temperatures. And here's a look at what we're seeing on radar. And just to kind of do a recap, and we're going to keep you updated throughout the night. This is all freezing rain in this shade of pink right here. Where you see the purple, that's a mixture of sleet and freezing rain. A lot of it's still freezing rain, but still showing up a little bit of snow and sleet, even closer to the Tennessee, Kentucky, Virginia state line. It doesn't look like it's quite as concentrated earlier, but that's what's showing up. But we've got freezing rain and icing still ongoing. Now, where you see the green, that's some rain. Showing a little bit of that, maybe slightly above freezing locally in Newport and in North Carolina. This will expand northward as we see the pink mixed with the green, so to speak, the freezing rain mixing with just the plain rain as temperatures slowly warm. That will occur late tonight into our Sunday morning, but it's going to be a slow process for many areas. One of the things I want to do real quick is this is our Morristown radar. Boom. I thought that was the case. Got to get closer to where it's happening. Actually, it's still decent snow. That's Jackson's radar, so just kind of give you an update on that. It's still snowing pretty good from Williamsburg, north of Tazewell, Rogersville. So this zone is still very hazardous on the roads. I mean, temperatures are in the 20s. Yeah, everything's covered. Snow and ice, and you're going to add in some freezing rain on top of that. So that's going to continue to keep those roads very hazardous. And again, the possibility of some localized power outages. Again, we're hoping for the best, as mentioned that. We're seeing some light freezing rain in Knoxville, but Cassie and I checked outside, seeing those icicles form on the railings, glaze on the concrete curbs. The cars are coated with ice. And again, it's a process. You know, when you're talking about freezing rain or icy weather, it's not like, you know, severe weather where here it comes, it blows in real fast, then it moves out. It's more of a very prolonged event where it's kind of like a layer cake. Okay, you're adding up that layer of ice slowly but surely. And eventually, if you get enough weight on those tree limbs and power lines, that's where it becomes a potential issue. So that's what we're seeing locally. Going over to Crossville, let me loop the radar. Looks like it's a little bit lighter in general, but still seeing some of that freezing rain. And wanted to slide across the mountains and foothills where we've seen a minimum. And there's a look at Newport. Again, we may be just, it looks like at least our radar signature, the algorithm showing that we're just above freezing, maybe for some just a rain showing up there, but surrounded by freezing rain. Again, eventually we'll all transition to from ice to rain, but that won't happen till, again, well after midnight into our early tomorrow morning for most areas. And there's a look at Morristown and Jefferson City, that transition with sleet and freezing rain. And there's a look at our northern counties, once again, seeing that mixture of snow and ice. So here's a look at our futurecast. Again, now stop it right here at 10 p.m. This is what we were talking about. You can see some of that green, some of that warmer air starting to mix with the pink. And that's some of what we're seeing. Basically, we have strong winds developing in the mountains. Winds, we have a high wind warning, oh, by the way, in the mountains, some 7 p.m. tonight, started a little while ago, just actually 13 minutes ago, and through, I believe it's 7 p.m. tomorrow. And these winds coming out of the south-southeast are bringing the warmer air up and over the mountains from North Carolina down into Tennessee. And that's going to continue to bring in some of those drying conditions. And eventually we'll see some of that warmer air aloft also making its way up the valley. And that's going to be coming in from southwest to northeast. So you've got some combined effects that will eventually get us warmer. And there's what we're seeing right there. Now, again, you can kind of see those pinks still hanging on, but once we move through our Sunday morning time frame, especially later Sunday morning, not only is that all rain, it is heavy rain at times. And so that's what's coming our way tomorrow. We do get a break Sunday with rain likely. We could see 1 to 2 inches of rain. And then on the backside of the system, we could see colder air and snow. 50 in Birmingham, 30 in Tupelo, 30 in Knoxville, 21 in Nashville, 17 in Memphis with a wind chill of 5. So this has been a high impact storm, winter storm for many areas. And here's a look at that regional view. So coming up from Alabama, we're starting to see that rain showing up right here. And that's what's going to continue, that warmer air, I should say, aloft, is going to continue to push our way later this evening, later tonight. And so again, after midnight and into the morning hours Sunday, that will give us the rain. Heavy rain tomorrow. Backside could see some snow late Sunday night, Monday morning as freezing temperatures move in. And then we'll see a drier Monday afternoon, but very cold air is going to be moving in for Monday and Tuesday. That's why we have weather impact alerts. Look at those lows Monday morning. Teens with maybe some light snow early, a coating. And freezing temperatures will freeze everything on the roads, potentially whatever moisture is around. So we could be talking about some hazardous travel conditions redeveloping after a rainy Sunday and above freezing low 40s. It could get icy again late Sunday night and Monday morning on some roads that are untreated. And then very cold. We have another chance for light snow Thursday with temperatures in the upper 20s. And generally, it looks like it's going to stay cold as we say goodbye to January and hello to February. We're definitely in a colder pattern. All right, we'll keep you updated throughout tonight. Katie, sorry to keep you waiting. We'll send it back over to you.
Oh, no, Todd, you are keeping us updated and safe. Thank you. Right now, you can watch live cameras from across the state as the winter storm rolls through our area. All you have to do is download our streaming app, WBIR+, and if you're watching there right now, thank you. You can also keep up with the latest weather and road conditions. Download on your TV, watch for free. We will see you on air again at 8 o'clock. radar. Plus, we are continuing to track the very latest weather as millions of Tennesseans settle in for snow, freezing rain, and dangerous road conditions tonight. This is a live look out over downtown Knoxville. Thank you so much for joining us on this Weather Impact Alert Day. I'm Katie Inman. We want to go ahead and get right to our chief meteorologist, Todd Howell, who has been tracking this weather as it has changed throughout the day. Hey, Todd.
Hey, Katie, thank you so much. You know, the nature of wintry weather, especially when you're talking about freezing rain and icing, it's not a well, it can be a super fast event, but a lot of times it's more of your prolonged event where you still continue to see icing that can slowly begin to accumulate and accrete while it's at or below freezing. And so that's what we've been dealing with this evening. We've been seeing the icing conditions slowly developing on some of those on the tree limbs. And again, light icing so far, but there has been some icy conditions that have been trying to develop on certainly some of those untreated and back roads and elevated surfaces. I mean, like the deck surfaces, our parking lot, all the cars are still coated with a glaze and pretty good layer of ice, actually. Even the railings, we've seen some icicles. We're still holding right now in Knoxville with rain falling, but it's freezing rain falling, 30 degrees. And it feels like 22 outside. So we're still holding at that 30-degree mark, 2 degrees below freezing, with a breeze out of the northeast at 9 miles per hour and fairly high humidity. So this air mass at the time being is still kind of locked in. It's going to be a very gradual rise in temperatures later this evening, later tonight into the overnight hours. And that gradual rise will help the freezing rain change over to eventually just plain rain, but that's going to take a little while and be a process. So while we're below freezing, we have a chance for some icing. So here's what we're seeing. This is the latest radar, and I'll stop it right now because you can see kind of a little bit of what's showing up in Cumberland County, near Crossville, Spring City, and Kingston. That's some indications that maybe we're starting to see a little bit as warmer air loft tries to mix down the surface slowly but surely. Maybe a little bit of just plain rain in addition to freezing rain is the color here, all in pink. This is all freezing rain with sub-freezing temperatures, and then freezing rain, maybe a little bit of sleet, freezing drizzle even, and still some snow indicated up across parts of Kentucky and to southwest Virginia. So locally, here's what we're seeing. We've got that light freezing rain falling, and that certainly has made an issue on some of the roadways with some slippery roads and icing conditions. It's had an impact on the roads, and for much more on that with a traffic update, Cassie Nall, you've been keeping a close eye on it all evening in addition to the weather. I'll send it over to you, Cass.
Yes, Todd, because we track the weather and we track the impacts from that weather. And what we're seeing across the area right now is that overall, people have been staying off of the roads. However, we have still had some incidents tonight. We had a couple of jackknife tractor trailers that is still hard for me to say no matter how many times I practice that. It was on Rockwood Mountain on the eastbound side, so we do have residual backups kind of showing up at least on our traffic maps in those areas. We had another jackknifed semi-truck up near Crab Orchard. That was on the westbound side of I-40. Earlier, we had a couple disabled vehicles on I-40 near downtown Knoxville, as well as up on I-75 southbound. And right now, I wanted to show you this. This is I-640 at Broadway. And so the reason I wanted to show you this is because that's Broadway on the bottom. This is 640 going over the top. This is an elevated surface right here. The air is moving underneath it. Todd just showed you that the temperature is 30 degrees in Knoxville. So what that's doing is taking the surface of this bridge and lowering that temperature of the pavement down below zero. Areas that are on the ground have soil underneath them don't cool down quite as quickly. But we did have one of our WBIR employees go home, and he was saying that the ramps getting onto 640 and this particular overpass have some slick spots on them. It's also hard to tell tonight. Oh, there's a TDOT truck treating right there. Look at that. Thank you so much for your hard work tonight. Where it looks like it's wet, it might actually have patches of ice mixed in there too. At night, it's very hard to tell what's ice and what's just water at this point. So again, if you don't have to be out, please don't be. And if you must be out on the roads, slow down. That's one of the key factors to help keep you safe if you have to drive in inclement conditions. Katie?
All right, Cassie, thank you so much. Well, the Tennessee Department of Transportation, they have been working all day to keep people safe and those roads clear. TDOT says in the last 24 hours, TDOT has utilized 48,000 equipment hours, 33,000 labor hours, 75 tons of salt, 26 million gallons of brine. That's a lot. TDOT says avoid driving and stay home if you are able to. And now for a little bit of fun news, check out this little snowman from Erica Watson. It's all decked out in that UT gear. There is the artist and her artwork. That is pretty amazing because here in East Tennessee, we did not get a ton of snow, so she really worked hard to get those snowmen pieces together. And hey, go Vols. With that, we want to go ahead and get another check of your forecast with our chief meteorologist, Todd Howell. Todd, that's impressive.
That's very impressive. I think she got all the neighbors together. I need your snow and your snow and your snow, and get all of it collectively and make one. Now, you know what? Northern parts of our area, and especially across the northern third of East Tennessee up into Kentucky and Virginia, has seen several inches at least of snow and with some icing on top of that. So there's some northern areas where the winter storm warning is. These are the hardest hit areas in terms of snow and ice. And so the winter storm warning in this shade of pink right here, travel not recommended. Matter of fact, travel not recommended across many areas because we continue to see some icing. Ice storm warning in place. Again, this is going to run continuing into late tonight, part of tomorrow. We are going to change over to rain as we warm up as we go later for our Sunday morning, even late tonight and early in the morning. So it's going to take place later tonight, early morning. We'll start to see that slow temperature rise. But for northern areas, that temperature rise is going to be perhaps delayed a little bit and take a while. So you're going to see colder conditions longer and more impacts on the roads and more icing potential longer as well. So that's what we're seeing. To the south, that's where it's been, you've been least impacted. Now still some wintry weather and still some light icing possible, but there's actually been more of a minimum of wintry weather. And this was expected for the foothills because of strong winds coming off the mountains out of the south, southeast. That creates a little bit more of a down slope flow into the foothills. And that helps to dry the air out and create a little bit different conditions and not as favorable for wintry weather in the foothills. Now, here's what we're looking at, though. We've so far seen light amounts of ice, but we could get anywhere from 1/10 to 1/4 of an inch of rain. So here are the resulting impacts. 1/10 of an inch, this is what we already have in many areas. It's a glaze of ice and minor impacts, mainly on elevated surfaces. That's what we've been seeing. But we could be working on 1/4 of an inch of ice in some areas, and that creates more hazardous travel, minor tree damage, and it typically leads to isolated power outages. Hopefully we can avoid that, but hopefully we can stay at or below that 1/4 of an inch. But we get above 1/4 of an inch in some areas, this is about close to 1/2 inch, that's when you have more significant impacts from that potential ice accumulation. This is just one model, and the spirit of what it's showing is showing that northern half of East Tennessee up into Kentucky and Virginia still has the best chance for some of that icing. And that's where we still have the highest impacts on the roads tonight. And again, isolated power outages possible as those temperatures continue to stay quite cold. So we'll be back and continue updated throughout the evening. If you don't have to drive, do not. Stay safe, stay warm, and enjoy the rest of your evening, Katie.
All right, Todd, you do the same. Thank you so much. Right now, you can watch live cameras from across our state and Kentucky as the winter storm rolls through on our streaming app, WBIR Plus. If you're watching there right now, thank you so much. And if you are watching on our website, download it on your TV, stream for free. We will see you on air again here in just a little bit. Hello everyone, we are back with another look at the wintry weather conditions moving through our area this weekend. This is a look at the radar, still looking like a rainbow there. We are continuing to track all of the different kinds of weather that are in our area. Thank you so much for joining us. I am Katie Inman, and our chief meteorologist Todd Howell is here in the Weather Center with us tonight. Todd, it depends on who you ask with what kind of weather people are seeing.
Yeah, exactly. Just about all of us are seeing basically freezing rain, even some freezing drizzle in some areas, but it's mainly freezing rain. That's rain that falls all the way down the surface, but freezes upon contact with a surface that is at or below freezing. And we are still at 30 degrees. So we've had that transition from some snow and sleet earlier today to sleet and freezing rain. Now it's pretty much all freezing rain. The exception is once you get up into Kentucky and near the Tennessee, Kentucky, and Virginia state line, we're still seeing that wintry mix of some snow, sleet, and freezing rain. But we've seen that warmer air loft. So far, a lot of the precipitation has pretty much been playing out on track, and it's basically on cue with the expected transitions. So we've got the freezing rain. We've got icing that's still ongoing as we are at 30 degrees right now in Knoxville. And so this is what we're seeing. We are looking at temperatures, again, 30 degrees. You can see it's kind of a, to be honest with you, it's a nasty night. So number one, if you don't have to get out and about and drive, do not, because travel, number one, is not recommended. But number two, it's just a nasty night. I mean, we got rain, but it's freezing rain because it's still below freezing. Now, whenever we get above freezing, then it's just plain rain. But when it's raining and it's at or below freezing, like right now, it's freezing rain. That means it can coat everything with ice. Matter of fact, our porch, we have icing on the tree limbs, and we've got icing on the rails. All our cars are caked in ice. The parking lot still seems like it's wet, but there could be some icy patches.
Main thing that they are focusing on as we head into tonight and tomorrow?
What you'll see is that they're going to be going over these on and off ramps, the bridges, those overpasses. Those are areas that can get especially slick. You can look at some of those areas in Campbell County on I-75 near the Tennessee Kentucky state line, other higher elevations in upper East Tennessee. So those are some of the areas that we'll spend extra attention to. This is something we prepare for all year round. We're in really good shape in terms of our supplies. It's been a fairly mild winter up until this point. We tend to get more winter weather here in East Tennessee and other parts of the state. So it's something our crews are used to, and they're going to work as long as necessary.
Yeah, and Mark, if you could just give a reminder to people if they see those TDOT crews out there working or assisting with different wrecks that may happen, what are some things that people need to remember who may be driving by?
Yeah, think of the move over law. So when there's law enforcement or emergency personnel, you should think of TDOT in the same way. And anytime you see a car broken down the side of the road, if you're able to get into another lane safely, please do so. That obviously goes for our TDOT crews, our help truck operators, our salt trucks. If you see them working and can get into another lane safely, please do so. If you are passing them, make sure you give a lot of extra room before you move back into that other lane. It's dangerous work that our crews do each and every day, and especially during a winter weather event. So we want them to get home safely, just like we want all motorists to get home safely, and I hope people think about that.
All right, Mark, thank you so much for talking with us tonight, and we hope that the TDOT crews stay safe.
Thank you very much.
All right, and warming centers across East Tennessee are opening up to make sure everyone has a safe and warm space to be in tonight as well. Over in Jefferson County, Dandridge Elementary School is going to be open through Wednesday morning. In Greenville, the Care Center of Greenville, Asbury United Methodist Church, will be open from 8 tonight until 8 tomorrow morning. Over in Blount County, First Baptist Church in Maryville is going to be open any night those temperatures hit below 25 degrees. In Tazewell, Twin City Baptist Church is going to be open tonight. Chestnut Hill Fire Department in Jefferson County is going to be open from 3 this afternoon until Wednesday morning. Then over in Hamblin County, the Ministerial Association temporary shelter on West Main Street is going to open when temperatures are below 32 degrees. That one is not a shelter, but they do have hot meals ready for people to enjoy. We do have a full list of those shelters on our website. Just scan the QR code on your screen. It'll take you to an article that has a full list of the warming centers, when they're open, and their addresses. Several schools across East Tennessee are already planning to close because of the weather next week. Oak Ridge City schools, Blount County schools are going to be closed on Monday. Roane County, Anderson, Jefferson, Monroe County, Sweetwater City schools all going to be out on Monday and Tuesday. Middlesboro City schools in Kentucky are going to meet online for virtual learning days, both days, Monday and Tuesday. We also have a full list of closures running on the bottom of your screen and an updated list on our website at all times. Knoxville Area Transit is stopping bus rides early tonight because of this weather. CAT says the last lineup of buses will leave the Knoxville station at 10:15 tonight. Right now, CAT will run on regular routes and hours tomorrow as of now, but any changes are going to be updated on CAT's website and in the transit app. Well, now we want to go ahead and talk with Tennessee Highway Patrol Trooper Brad Fusen, who has been across Knox County tonight. Sort of give us a snapshot of what you have seen tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. So down in Knoxville, kind of the lower elevation areas, we're seeing a lot of rain, not as much snow or sleet. But if you're getting up in the higher elevations, Scott County, Campbell County areas on 75, it's still very much a lot of snow up there.
Yeah, and what are Tennessee Highway Patrol troopers, what are you all mainly seeing on the roads when it comes to people maybe driving, accidents, those types of things? What are you helping to assist with?
Yeah, absolutely. So thankfully, a lot of people have listened to the messages that have been put out. We're not seeing as much traffic on the road that we normally see, which is a good thing. We do have troopers out 24/7 patrolling up and down the interstates. If anybody needs assistance from the Highway Patrol, all they got to do is dial star THP or star 847, and we'll send a trooper directly to you, no matter what time of day it is.
That's a great tip, too. And also, we have seen some other law enforcement agencies, KPD, for example, say that they are on limited staffing responding to emergencies. So is THP, you guys are business as usual tonight?
Yes, ma'am. We have actually got more troopers out patrolling this weekend than what we would normally have, just for the influx of calls, whether it be crashes or stranded motorists that need our assistance.
All right, and I know you mentioned that people are listening, thankfully, not as many people out on the roadways. Any other reminders that you want people to know, or anything that you think that has sort of gotten lost in the coverage that we have given? Anything you think people should know?
Yeah, absolutely. I think everyone has done a great job at pushing the message out. We still encourage people not to be on the roadway unless you have to be. And if you do have to be on the roadway, please give yourself extra time to get where you're going, and bring extra clothes with you in the car, such as jackets, hoodies, blankets, in case you ever do find yourself involved in a crash, or your car breaks down and you're waiting on troopers or law enforcement or TDOT to get to you.
All right, Brad Fusen with the Tennessee Highway Patrol, thank you so much for calling in for us tonight.
Hey, thank you, guys. Be safe.
All right, you too. And with that, we want to go ahead and get another check of our weather impact alert forecast. And Todd, it is cold outside, very cold. We just stepped out on the weather porch a little bit ago. And
absolutely. Yeah, we're just peeking out. It's like, oh man, kind of nasty. It's wet, it's cold, it's icy. Again, we've got freezing rain. That's rain falling down, but freezing upon contact. Out on our weather porch, the railing's iced over, and that accumulations, the branches have a layer of ice, at least a tenth of an inch thick, it looks like. So here's what we're looking at. Weather impact alert continues tonight and overnight. Now, then we're looking at a rain event for Sunday. We do get a little bit of a break from this winter storm during the day Sunday, above freezing temperatures and rain. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But let me talk about what we're seeing. So we've dealt with the wintry mix and the sleet. Now we're looking at ice accumulation for a little while longer tonight, until late tonight, tomorrow morning it gets above freezing, and then Sunday looks like it's all rain. However, we have weather impact alerts that will resume, if you will, Monday night and Tuesday for very cold temperatures, but refreezing of any moisture on the roads late Sunday night, Monday morning is a distinct possibility. We could even see more wrap around light snow, and then frigid temperatures in the single digits Monday night, Tuesday morning. Now, hopefully we'll see things in the roadways drying out, but the refreezing, and that's typical after a winter storm system moves in the next couple of nights and mornings. You have to watch out for black ice and refreezing. So we have weather impact alerts that are going to be in place through Tuesday morning. Use caution. Don't get out and drive tonight if you don't have to. Again, it's just nasty out. Cold, wet, and wintry. And we still have those winter weather alerts for the potential for icing, especially from Knoxville north, until we get after midnight and early tomorrow morning. And then we'll start to see those improvements slowly but surely. Northern counties up into Kentucky, you're the last to warn. You're going to see significant impacts still with potential ice accumulations and hazardous travel, likely going to carry through more of the night. And then tomorrow will hopefully warm up. So icing, a tenth of an inch, everything is glazed over. This is what our cars look like in the parking lot. We could get up to a quarter of an inch with some isolated power outages possible. One model forecast shows that best chance going forward for ice secretion accumulations maybe up to a quarter of an inch across the northern third of East Tennessee up into Kentucky and Virginia. That's on top of the snowpack in those areas. As you heard the troopers say that, yeah, there's still quite a bit of snow up there. So highest impacts on the roads, some isolated power outages possible from the ice. Again, we'll see this slowly start to wind down as that freezing rain mixes with warmer air after midnight and tomorrow morning. Then it's all rain as we get into your Sunday. That'll do it for weather for now. Stay safe. Katie, we'll send it back to you.
Thank you so much, Todd. And right now you can watch live cameras from across the state as the winter storm continues to do its thing and roll through our area. And if you are using the WBIR Plus app right now, thank you so much. You can just continue watching to get that tour day live cameras. We will be back in just a little bit. Hello, everyone. Hope you're having a great Saturday night and staying warm. Thank you for joining us on WBIR Plus. We are continuing to track the very latest weather as millions of Tennesseans settle in for a cold night. We have seen some snow, freezing rain, sleet, all sorts of things, and now we're dealing with some dangerous road conditions. Thanks for joining us on this Weather Impact Alert Day. I'm Katie Inman. We want to go ahead and get straight to Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell because Todd, the story now is staying home.
Yeah, 100%. You know, even if it was just plain rain, which it's still not, we're still just below freezing, and we still have the chance for that icing and freezing rain. It's kind of a nasty night outside. It is cold, wet, and icy, and all things in between, if you will, because it's a very cold, wintry night. And so it's best to just stay off the roads because we do have some issues with some icing across the northern half of our region particularly. And so we'll talk more about that in just a moment. All right, and Cassie Null is going to give you a traffic update coming up momentarily. So here's what we're seeing. In Knoxville, our temperature has risen 1 degree. We're now up to 31 degrees. Boy, we've been at 29 to 30 for most of our evening, even going back to late afternoon. So it's been a very slow process. This is expected to very slowly continue as we go through the rest of tonight. A slow temperature rise, but we're still below freezing, and it's raining. It's freezing rain. Rain coming down to the surface. The surface is below freezing. It freezes on contact. We have a glaze of ice on vehicles outside. The railings are covered with some ice, and we'll have icicles forming, and tree branches have a layer and coating of ice. So the concern is that prolonged nature of icing before we get above freezing. So here's a look at our current temperatures. Again, we've seen that little bit of a temperature rise, but still 29 in Kingston, 31 in Crossville, just like Knoxville and Maryville and Dandridge, 32 being reported, Maynardville and Morristown. So one of our high-res models, actually we're seeing some evidence of that. I think it's doing a good job. It shows between 10 and 11 p.m. of looking at that possibility right here. See that? It's got a pretty good handle on it. So we're going to see some erosion of that cold air. It's going to take a while. It may take at least until midnight or after, but then eventually we'll see rain, and all rain with some warming temperatures for Sunday and some improving conditions on the roadways. But then it gets cold Sunday night, and we can see refreezing with some light snow in here Monday morning. So that's kind of a preview of what we're expecting for tonight, tomorrow, And then it's Sunday night and Monday morning. Very cold temperatures are expected to continue once we get into our early next week. So that's a look at the bigger pictures. This is a very impactful storm. There's our warm rain event for Sunday. Here's a chance for that wraparound light snow late Sunday night, early Monday morning. And with temperatures in the teens, that could create some icy places on the roadways, and we'll have a weather impact alert going all the way through Tuesday morning and staying cold into next week. Chance for light snow with temperatures in the 20s next Thursday. All right, let's see how those roadways are looking right now with still some of that freezing rain sticking around. Cassie Nall.
Thank you very much, Todd. Let's take a look at our traffic map right now. We're still seeing an indication that Snyder Road might be blocked. I also think our weather system is holding on to this for way too long. I don't think it's actually there anymore, so please don't worry about that one. Overall, traffic it appears to be okay because a lot of folks heeded the advice and stayed off the roadways today. However, we have had some trucking folks still come on through here, and unfortunately we had two jackknifed semi-trucks this evening. One of them was earlier on Rockwood Mountain on I-40 eastbound. That one has been cleared. But it looks like the one on I-40 westbound near near Crab Orchard is still possibly blocking the road out in that particular area. And in general, what we're seeing this evening is slick spots starting to develop. Not everywhere by any means, and TDOT is doing a fantastic job of treating all the main roads that they are responsible for. But sometimes the weather is going to get the best of you, and up and underneath the bridges and overpasses, you've got that cold air circulating, and that takes the temperature down on the pavement there. So even though this looks wet, there's the possibility, especially on the ramps, that you could have some slick spots. So we really just encourage folks to not go out if you don't have to. And if you do need to be out tonight, slow down. Speed is one of the main reasons that we have accidents during active weather situations. So just slow down just in case what you think is water ends up being frozen. We don't want folks to end up in a bad situation. And things aren't that bad right now from Knoxville southward in the valley. But if you get up onto the plateau toward Crossville, or you head north on I-75 up into Campbell County and into southeast Kentucky, the roads are nasty. So do not travel if you are in those areas if you can help it tonight. Katie?
All right, Cassie, thank you so much. And we want to go ahead and get another check of your forecast with our chief meteorologist, Todd Howell. Hey, Todd.
Hey, Katie, thank you so much. Yeah, as Cassie said, anytime you have precipitation falling and it's below freezing, you got to assume that there could be icy areas, and that's exactly what we're seeing. There will be some of those icy patches, even if it looks wet. That's the concern. Let's take a little bit of a break from our current weather just for a second or two and talk about extended forecast. And again, well, thank you for joining us. We'll do our best to keep you updated throughout this winter storm event. Again, as we look ahead to our Sunday, we get a break tomorrow for Sunday with rain showers likely, and we get up to 41. But here's what we're going to be talking about. We will have weather impact alerts for Monday and Tuesday as well, but this time around, in addition to that, we could see refreezing and maybe a little light snow early Monday morning, but mainly for very cold temperatures. Now, the highs tell part of the story, only in the 20s, so below freezing Monday and barely above freezing Tuesday, but then it stays cold. And again, just looking ahead, look at Wednesday, 35. These are high temperatures forecast Thursday, 28. Check out the lows. Yeah, after seeing, we're 31 now. I'm going to be around 30, but we're slowly rising for Sunday. 19 as we get into tomorrow night. So that's going to be a concern. We're refreezing 6 degrees, single digits, bitterly cold. Arctic air settling in again in the wake of this winter storm by Monday night and Tuesday. Hopefully we'll have to deal with more refreezing, but we could the next few nights after the storm moves out. And then we're staying very cold in the teens. So just looking ahead, we are in a cold weather pattern. Certainly, it's switched very quickly here in January. So as we get out of January into February, looks like we'll stay in somewhat of that colder than average pattern. So that's why we have the weather impact alerts again tonight, early morning, but changing to all rain Sunday. Now, late Sunday night, Monday morning, there's our teens, refreezing. Chance for light snow showers late Sunday night, Monday morning. Right now, models got us maybe a little over a ½ inch of a light accumulation that could coat the roads that are untreated. Could be an issue. And there's your, again, first half of Tuesday before sunshine and finally getting a little bit warmer. But we have the winter weather alerts, winter storm warning to the north, ice storm warning in the valley, winter weather advisory in southern areas. And again, still that chance for that freezing rain. We've had a 1/10 of an inch, could see a 1/4 of an inch, isolated power outages possible. Hopefully we don't see too much of that, but between now and midnight or just after, we'll see that slow transition from freezing rain to some rain mixed, and then all rain into our Sunday. So don't drive outside if you don't have to. Stay home, be safe, and I think that's where we left off, Katie. It's better just be at home. Let's go back to you.
Yes, it is. Stay safe, warm. Thank you so much, Todd. And right now you can watch live cameras from across the state as the winter storm continues to roll through our area. Stay up to date with the latest of what's happening and get an eye into different areas across the state and in Kentucky. You can also keep up with the latest weather and road conditions. If you're watching on WBIR Plus right now, thank you so much. And if you're watching on our website, download on your TV. You can watch 10 News Plus for free. We will go ahead and see you on air again at 10 o'clock for our newscast on Fox 43 and streaming right here on 10 Plus.
At 10, our team has been tracking the winter storm all day long, from Crossville, where snow made the roads slick, and in Kentucky, where University of Cumberland students enjoyed a snow day.
The snow, when later today when it drops some more, yeah, we're gonna sled.
And in Nashville, people got to enjoy some sledding.
But it was the most fun I've ever had. I know it's probably dangerous, but it was great.
Plus to the skies, where McGee-Tyson Airport prepared for any possible icing. And right here in Knox County, a mix of snow, sleet, ice, and now rain.
Live from Knoxville, you're watching Fox 43 News at 10.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for watching Fox 43 News at 10. I'm Shay Smith. We've been tracking that winter weather all day long, and we even saw some impacts right here at the station. East Tennessee saw just a little bit of snow today, but we're looking ahead to ice throughout the night. Chief Meteorologist Todd Howell joins us now. And Todd, how is it looking out there for us?
Well, I tell you what, it's looking icy. You saw that parking lot shot and the railing, and I know it was a zoomed in shot and you saw just a few icicles, but that's a coating. All of our cars still caked in some ice. Now, temperatures have only been slow to rise so far. Here we are just after 10 p.m. and the radar hasn't changed a whole lot. It's changed a little bit. Slow. It's a very slow and gradual process, as is weather. Just like when icing events develop, they're kind of a prolonged, gradual event. Well, if you're going to warm up, that's also tends to be prolonged and gradual. We are seeing some signs, though, where you see the green, that is rain. A few warm pockets trying to develop in the Southern Valley, and that will be the trend as we go late tonight into our early Sunday morning. Slow warming expected to eventually move its way up the valley. It's going to take a while, and that will change the freezing rain and the icing conditions that we're seeing now eventually over to a rainfall event with slightly above freezing temperatures. But to the north in Kentucky, still sleet and snow and ice, and these are going to be the last areas to change over to rain and above freezing temperatures. So it's going to take late tonight and tomorrow morning. Treacherous driving conditions are likely, especially in northern areas, and anywhere we're seeing freezing rain, even here in the valley, we still have the potential for icy roads. Matter of fact, even if the majority of the roads look wet, we still have some icy stretches out there. We've seen some ramps coming on and off the interstate that have been icy, but reported slick and icy. And also, trees are coated with ice, and here's what we're seeing right now. Again, that potential for some icing, light icing at least, is going to continue until those temperatures warm up. And the radar just simply, this is the last 2 hours. It hasn't changed a whole lot in Knoxville. We're still looking at steady freezing rain, and the icing is accumulating on some trees. Now, as we go between now and midnight, we'll get some of those warm pockets after midnight into the early morning hours Sunday. It changes to all rain, and then the rest of our Sunday morning and Sunday afternoon, not only is rain likely tomorrow as temperatures warm into the upper 30s, low 40s, rain can be heavy at times tomorrow. So it's going to kind of wash a lot of this stuff out of the way, but we're still looking at some problem areas, at least through the early portions of tonight. I'll be back to talk more about the impacts on our weather in the coming days. Shay?
All right. Thanks, Todd. Well, the Tennessee Department of Transportation has been working all day to keep people safe and the roads clear. They say in the last 24 hours across the state, TDOT has utilized 48,000 equipment hours, 33,000 labor hours, 75 tons of salt, 26 million gallons of brine. But TDOT says as the roads get icy overnight, avoid driving and stay at home if you are able to. Now, we heard from the Tennessee Highway Patrol trooper, Brad Fusen, who has been patrolling all over Knox County. He says THP will be ready to help all night long.
Thankfully, a lot of people have listened to the messages that have been put out. We're not seeing as much traffic on the road that we normally see, which is a good thing. We do have troopers out 24/7 patrolling up and down the interstates. If anybody needs assistance from the Highway Patrol, all they got to do is dial star THP or star 847, and we'll send a trooper directly to you, no matter what time of day it is.
And again, that number is star 847 for roadside assistance. Well, let's now check in with Lauren Lovett out in Nashville. Hey, Lauren, what's it looking like there?
Yeah, hey Shay, we've been out here all afternoon and into the night tonight, and so we kind of saw that switch over from those snow flurries and then the actual snow into sleet, and then it kind of stopped for a while, but now we're getting, I think, kind of a little bit of snow flurries are back. I think they're so small you wouldn't be able to see them. My camera can't pick them up, but we've just been seeing so many people out here enjoying the winter weather, just enjoying the snow as it was falling, and now that it's kind of turning into more of that slush, people are still out. And of course, so many people are going out and just really enjoying the night. And we talked to one birthday girl who said that this was an unexpected present.
This is like the greatest birthday gift. I mean, snow, like I'm gonna go build a snowman or something. I don't know. I've never seen this. Like, this is my first time. I'm enjoying it. I know it's cold, but like it is what it is. Just have a drink and we're good. Walk it off. Walk it off.
And walk being the key word there, because, you know, as we've kept saying, please stay off the roads if you can. But if you are coming out, please walk. That's fine. You know, be careful as things start to freeze over. It's going to be a little bit icy. And of course, again, stay off the roads. TDOT crews here in Middle Tennessee have responded to more than 100 incidents in the past 24 hours. So we're just really making sure to reiterate that and really drive that home so that you guys stay off the roads tonight. But for now, I'll go ahead and send things back to you, Shay.
A lot of people out there on Broadway. Thanks, Lauren. Still to come, we're taking you to McGee-Tyson Airport for a look at the latest travel updates, how airport leaders prepared for the winter weather, and what to expect for flights next.
And coming up, we'll talk more about that transition as we go from icing and freezing rain to just rain as we get into our Sunday. But coming up also, we're talking more about that transition back to colder temperatures, and we may see some refreezing once we get into our late Sunday night and Monday morning. So we'll be back with all those details and a look ahead to next week after the break.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yes. I can hear like my mixed minus or whatever here, whatever it's called. Just, you know. Yay. Did you hear me? I can like hear my echo. I think it's the mixed minus thing. Okay, awesome. Thank you.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Welcome back. While Knoxville did not get a ton of snow today, other areas of Tennessee did. Ellis Rold is live out in Crossville tonight where the snow and sleet really stuck. Hey, Ellis.
Yeah, Shay, thank you. So throughout the day today in Crossville, we've really seen all types of precipitation. We had some big fluffy snowflakes in the morning that kind of gave way to some sleet throughout the afternoon. And now really we're just seeing a whole lot of ice. We're actually, as you can probably tell, we're in our hotel parking lot because to leave the hotel, you have to go down this super steep hill, and the ice here is really just crazy after a day of so much precipitation. The parking lot is icy. You can see all of these cars have icicles hanging from them. The cement here and the asphalt here is really just covered in slush and ice, so definitely not safe to be